we're 2.5 minutes away now from the first 5-star classes here at His Highness the Amir International Equestrian Festival. Tonight we're joined by MPI level 4 horse rider Amir from Iran. His horse for this 5-star class, the first race went into 1-2-6, second phase is 7-2-11. Time allowed in the first phase is 33 seconds, time is 66 seconds. In the second phase is 54 seconds, time is 108 seconds.
Hello and welcome to Al-Shakab here in Doha. This incredible arena place host this week to His Highness the Emir's Sword International Tournament. Very historic and long-running tournament here in Doha, Qatar. Welcome back international competitors to the Emir's Sword for the first time in 8 years, as the Emir's Sword becomes the culmination of the Doha Tour, the auspices of the Qatar Equestrian Federation, and then also is the gateway to 3 weekends of 5-star sport here at the Al-Shakab, the forthcoming CHI event next week.
نستقبل أول فارس معنا في هذا الشوط الخامس من المرحلتين ممثلة لدولة فرنسا لويس ساترون مع الجوائز الإكويستريان.
Purple's 50.30 there for Mr. John, and thanks and souls thanks to France.
50 ثانية لكن الجزء الأخير.
So clear in the first phase forward, the second phase next starts the phase. It's our competition here, the special two phase.
Joining us now, representing Japan, our championship rider, line 5, goes with the male NC. This one by Cornish Lenski.
So winner of the second course of the Doha Tour, rider who's on the podium with the CSI 5-star Grand Prix here last year, Mike Kawai. Japanese championship rider Mike with Lenski and PNC. Games last year in China and the previous summer World Championships in the sport. Three that Mike took his best result of the win. Their horse and try and get those fast times. What sort of lines and routes they might take there between 7, 8 and 9. Just the second part of the double there, floral, grey, white wings, 10A, 10B, white convention tracks throughout. Obviously Mike's just been a few time penalties here against the 54 seconds time allowed in the second phase. 0 in the first phase, 4 plus 7 in the second phase for Mike Kawai and overall 11. Al-Ajmi is
So
unexpected
joining us
for
now,
Saudi
representing
Arabia.
Saudi Arabia,
It's been
Great reality.
Saudi Arabia.
Alors, il dit que le tennis
Good run through the Jump Saudi Tour in Riyadh over the 3-week series in December. Unfortunately, just has that rail, and you see here Al-Ajmi looking for some of these tighter lines. This guy, well, I think he had in his mind, if he hadn't the rail, then he would have snuck back the outside of number 7 as well. So into this vertical.
Number 4 in the start list is the CSI5 Star Special 2 phase. Represents Saudi Arabia.
Aziz Ali is understood to stay with Saudi riders. Winner on the Meter 40 Tour during week 3 of Doha Tour. With this one, this is Miss Cooper from just didn't get in there on a good one, and then actually covered under Aziz Ali elects to just bring the horse to a stop. So it's 4 jumping falls, 4 refusals. So then 8 falls, time falls as well. Say, special for me, do go forward anyway. And just because you've had falls in the first phase doesn't necessarily mean you might not try out some of the lines and distances here in the second phase. It's still be very much considered training level of this Meter 40. It's about trying out tactics and abilities of these horses against the technicality of 5-star flag, right up against the height of Meter 45, well beyond. So it's going to be 3 for time in the second phase as well. 12 jumping 9 time in the first phase, 3 times. 24 covered up in the season.
Joining us now representing Denmark.
Well, last time with this year in this Rick Barker was part of the podium in the week 3 Grand Prix. Doha Tour, Rick also won the 2-star Grand Prix during week 3. Championship rider in Europeans last summer in Milan. With this one, Tabalou. Tabalou was also was 3rd in the 5-star Grand Prix. But like several riders, just going to use this pass with a very tip-top horse on day 1 of the show as a bit of a sweetener to come back in and look ahead. Hopefully aim for a repetition of that is jumping here a little bit. It's two first trying set by Roman Chafi of Iran. Surprised to see at the pace and the lines they've taken that we just start to go into the red and pick up a few time penalties. It is clear all the way for Tamalou. These were 8 time penalties in the second phase. So really only Saad Al-Ajmi has really taken on this special phase track yet. See anyone try and have a real cut fast time in the second phase with the double clear. We've had no double clears yet in the second one. Unlucky 4-4s in the second phase with Pegasus and Dawson's flights not going fast as they should. For Qatar now, Rashid Twain, Ali Al-Rami and Navarro. Both in terms of height and also, as we said, intensity in the relationship. 5-star. Again, you see pretty much a repetition of pace, the intention that sort of written within the marker a few moments ago. No, just trying out the gears, takes that inside turn, they're having a very liberal around the red fence between 7 and 8 B. Sets up for the final line again. Real line inside those doors. 2 bots. That's what we call each here in Doha. And over the last 2 sides, those are the it's our first double clear for us to doing There's our results to date on top 5. Just that 0-0 score from Rashid Twain Ali Al-Bari. Let's see what happens when the third way through the starting field. To Olympian for Australia, Wilder Tops Alexander. On the podium in one of our Grand Prix top 10 final week. Doha Tour in January in the 5-star Grand Prix. Winner here with Lebantrix. Good results in the meter 40 over the course of the weeks of Doha Tour as well, several top 10s. So the main Edwina was riding, her development horses. Really unconcerned about the time allowed, but she just looks to have picked up a really nice forward pace in the first phase here. Again, not going wild in the second phase, but looking for the line. So she took the inside tunnel back to the double, doesn't take the inside after. And I think you've really got to be going some to try and put both of those turns together. And you do massively increase the risk of having a rail either through the double or at that Al versus first. Towards the end of to go 49 to beat, which is quite there. Time allowed of 54 as well. This is going to be just out outside by the looks of it. 53.86 just inside. It is 0-0 for the winner top 17 to go in the second race.
Joining us now in Qatar is the
Asian Games medalist Salman Sultan and Suhaili and Casper go next. Casper contested the two-star parkour previously, 3 weeks in January. During this Amir sword week, Casper and Salman Sultan Al Suhaili stepping up to the 5-star. Just floated a little bit free into that line, and then Salman Sultan, when you these related distances, especially the level 4 design like around 3 inch up, so if you don't step in and make the difference, it will come back at you. You have the front and the back of the related distance down. On total of 12 as he takes us inside to turn. Red jump to the double. Not going to look for the second turn now, back to number 7. Something to find somebody who's able to both get both of those inside turns and leave everything standing. To the final line then, it brings you out of this long right hand loop through 180 degrees and then just asks them to bend through the body, go left.
So 16 there, 51.7.
It's 8 for jumping in each phase, a total of 60.
Lashley Town, Amir has the lead for Qatar here, 49.26 in the CSI5 star class. Joined now representing New Zealand by Daniel Beach, goes with Portland and the back end of the
New Zealand Olympian Daniel Beach goes next. Daniel with Portland van Rukstenbos. Again, this was a 5-star Grand Prix horse with us at the tail end of Doha 203. Actually ended up just outside the top 10. Willing or even interested in opening up the throttle until he gets to phase 2. Moment, 33 seconds in phase 1. It's going to be snug enough. Go through in 30.47. Interesting seeing this Tableau and this horse, both veterans of the most recent 5-star Grand Prix in this arena. Starting that week, jumping to 40. Whilst he's not going at the 350 metres a minute, get him more than that would get him well inside the time allowed. He does just look for it, takes the inside of the other end, and just does seem that most of the riders now have set that that is actually, unless you really want to be just unloading at the time, you can put a tiny bit of pressure on them taking that inside turn there without then following it up, trying to turn inside number 7. So tick-tock here, we have a couple of time penalties, but otherwise clear jumping, but 4 for time on each and
Number 10, Aaron Jarvis representing Saudi Arabia. Very successful village earlier today. Numbers built on the team in the Asian Games 2023 goes with the Equestrian
على أرض من الفارس السعودي عبد الرحمن الراشدي مع جواد
Rahman Al-Raji and Babalu. Forward now, Abdul Rahman, two-time finalist for Saudi Arabia. Also part of the winning Saudi team here, we qualified last spring. Tour during week 3, top 5 finish in the medium tour finale, which is jumped to meter 50, so it's meter 45 today and tomorrow. It's meter 50 on Saturday to round up that tour. Medalist for the Saudi team in the Summer Asian Games. Spring's launching FEI Jumping World Cup finals in Omaha, Nebraska. That stops the clock. She is clear for jumping, but 3 for time. They do need to be pretty prompt in the second phase to be in time for 3. So Al-Raji moves into third, winning top sums up here in 53.86, and the battery is still on second. Rushing to Ali Al-Mari, Qatar, have leaders on 59.26.
Joining us now, the main world champion from Sweden is Henrik von Eckermann, and he goes with Stevie Dan.
Well, next to go, the world number 1 and the winner of our Week 2 Grand Prix during Doha Tour. Abu Dhabi, where he rode in the new launching League of Nations as part of the Swedish team. He finished on the podium in third. Henrik von Eckermann and Stevie Dan, of course, having come from Abdul Rahman Al-Raji with his Omaha horse in Babalu. Von Eckermann is the rider who won those World Cup finals with King Edward. One champion and World Cup champion all at once. And actually one of the longest runs of anyone as World Cup one as well. It's coming up on nearly 2 years. It's about, I think, 20 months. World number 1 slot for Henrik. That's incredible consistency because, of course, it's in arrears to become the world number 1 as a result of the previous 12 years of performance. So, to consistently deliver it again and again and again, those points, those results, those scores in excess of everyone else. So Henrik von Eckermann and Stevie Dan is clear for jumping across both phases, just outside the time for the second phase. 54.45 on the clock against that 54 seconds time.
In a jolly now representing France, she goes with Lucky Blue, Rashid Tan, Ali Al-Mari, earning her 49.26 in the contact center second, and Henrik von Eckermann earning third.
Starting her round in Inishuli, Guinness and Lucky Luke. Guinness just going to have those
Lucky Luke
fence over by the next screen down. See, this course has actually changed a little bit. We just come back a little bit from the sport. The brightness, the sky, it has just got a little bit darker. Night is starting to fall here at Longines Arena and Al Shakab. Ever so slightly changes the competition conditions for these competitors. You know, Luis Sahara went to be right natural daylight, but Guinness now, of course, it will get darker and darker very quickly here. So that inside the 54 seconds time allowed. 53.46. So Alexander's time, that is one of the faults in the first phase. 4 for jumping in the first phase, 0 in the second, 4 overall. That goes into 6th position.
Number 13 is started.
مرة أخرى في الميدان الذي مع أنطوان نوجه
Antoine Herman and extraterrestrial Jacques needs to go. And a pair that have been in very good form over the course of the 3 weeks previously last month. Doha Tour, including a class win at the meter 40 level with extraterrestrial Jacques for the young French talent. First phase for Antoine now. Seen French have been pretty handy against the clock. Extraterrestrial Jacques has been a winner against the clock. What does he do? He's not looking super fast, but he's definitely on the front foot. He's up there. He's at, it feels like 350 meters a minute now. Puts it all together. He gets both of the inside turns here. He'll just balance and be quite careful of this first one. He does put a shade of angle on it because he wants to come up short, but on a true stride into this yellow double. Both knots there. 49.26 to beat as he turns away from the in-gate. It's going to be very, very close. I'm not sure he's quite got it. Rush into him, Ali Al-Mari, 49.26. This is behind 49.86. Extraterrestrial Jacques for France. Double clear into second place.
Joining us now, Sharif, the winner of the 5-star here in Doha Tour. She goes with Triple
على أرض ميدان الفلسفة الفلسفية شريف مع جواد شرطي كلام الدبلو يعمل بالفلسفة الجالسة والفلسفة الفلسفية جبل الدولة الدولية شهر
Moving on our order, we go back to France for Serene Sharif, Triple T Calamander Blue. Serene clear and fast in the first phase. Triple T Calamander Blue has been the most successful of the horses she has at the show. Well, in the week 2 meter 40 section, winning this class, in fact, the Thursday meter 40 during week 3. Years old, so this is exactly the sort of horse that this is designed for. Very, very low and flat on the left. It's 5 seconds of the previous leading time. Serene Sharif for Triple T coming on the carrying on to the left of the leading time 43.92.
Joining us now, representing Australia, Jamie Collins, Nico Serrano. Serene Sharif leading the way, Russia, South Alabama for Qatar in second, Antoine Herman for France in third, and fourth will be taking the top of the back of the president.
جميع الكرمان والأسطورة على في الميدان مع جواد الزيادة.
Jamie Command on course with Zorana. Jamie, who was on our week 1 podium here during Doha Tour in January. Serrano, just 1 year older than Triple T Calamando Blue, 9-year-old. A little bit heavy in Jamie's hand there. They were just far enough away for Jamie to really sit in and say, hey, listen to me for that double. Right for them, chasing down 3 seconds leading time. Well, no, as they come through this double, they're going to land there at about 43 seconds. So with this final line to do and the long sweeping turn past the in-gate to get there to the coffee pots, actually a little bit of thinking about 54 seconds time allowed, and yes, you see the clock turn red, the time penalty start to click in. It is clear for jumping, 5 for time for Jamie Command and Serrano.
Time calls there for Serrano, Jamie Command for Australia.
5 نقاط جزاء للوقت جيمي كيرمون في مستوى مع جوائز سيرنا 52 ثانية استمرار جزءا من هذه المرحلة الثانية.
Nice group of Australian riders with us here for Doha Tour as well. Based in Europe and looking for that selection, having won their regional Olympic qualifier in Valkenswaard last year in the Netherlands. Make a mark in Versailles in Paris this summer. Well, the horse and rider pair that won our Week 3 Grand Prix here, Alamo, Abdullah Al-Shabati, the reigning Asian Games champion. Abdullah has been busy in the couple of weeks, including riding for his country in Nations Cup action at Sharjah in the Emirates. Also riding the World Cup Tour in Kuwait, the World Cup of supreme interest to the Saudi riders at the moment because they're about to host for the first time ever in this region the finals of the Longines FII Jumping World Cup Series. Riders are in great competition with each other to top out that Middle East ranking, take up their place in front of what's sure to be a great home crowd. Consider the many successes Saudi show jumping have had over the years, going back to that individual bronze at the Sydney Games, the team bronze at the London Games, many Asian Games successes, and then of course the team and individual gold at last summer's Asian Games. Shabati winning the individual title with Scorpus Palo Intendero. Abdullah is nothing if not competitive, but this is his 5-star Grand Prix horse, potentially again this week, coming off the back of victory here a couple of weeks ago, so he's not going all out to try and win this class. I would say when he was here with us during Doha Tour 2, for instance, he was still very much recovering from a broken collarbone over the course of the winter break after Jump Saudi. So by week 3, he's fully recovered, so it's still jumping the 5 for time there for another 5-star Grand Prix horses for a couple of weeks ago. Shabati's winning horse.
Joining us now, representing Qatar, is Ahmed Ali Al-Taya, member of bronze medal team at the Asian Games in Tunisia in 2018. Goes with Qatar, David Gray.
على أرض ميدان الفيز القطري حمد عمير عطية مع جوائز كأس الدنيا الحاصل على رأسية اتحاد الفرق الآسيوية إندونيسيا 2018.
Back to the colours of Qatar. Rashid Touim Ali Al Murray still holds second, as we will report Hamad Ali Al Attiyah and Kassel Dafore. Kassel Dafore top 10 in the finale of this Meter 40 tour during Doha Tour 3.
Before there, 46.72, cancelled to
Well, the 4 jumping faults, unfortunately, there for Hamdallah in the second phase. 6.72 would have been quite a competitive time. Clear into second place, Cyril Jury's there still to be Triple T Cup here in 43.92.
So retreat for France, Triple T Commando leading the way here, 43.92.
The rider in cracking form with us over the Doha Tours, Ibrahim Hanibishat, the multiple Olympian for Jordan. Happiness. Happiness jumped well through the Meter 40 tour during week 2 of Doha Tour. Top 5 and a podium finish, and the podium finish was actually the finale Saturday of week 2. And just finds that very, very smooth coming inside the red. He did that very, very well. His experience. You could see his head and eyes. Actually, he's just got a really rideable horse because he had kind of overshot that turn. He doesn't pressure, he doesn't stress about it, he just stays very relaxed and his horse tracks up for it. 35 seconds landing out of that, 43 seconds the time to beat. He's not going to do that, but could. Ibrahim Hanibishat and Happiness slot into second place. Now 49.26 is the time for second place. It is there or thereabouts, it is just in front. 48.85, Ibrahim Hanibishat and Happiness take up second place here as they start another week's jumping at Meter 40. Of course, we're guaranteed that you keep balls at Meter 40 all week. You could step up to the Meter 45, Meter 50 tour. And as we've said, plenty of horses here to make up for absolutely expected to be seeing on Saturday aimed for the Amir Sword 5-star Grand Prix.
Showing us now Liechtenstein, Jennifer Hochstetter, she chose with Gloria Deschamps.
Jennifer Hochstetter, the rider from Liechtenstein now with Gloria de Jonc. Jennifer's European Championships horse Golden Lady with us as well. Podium, the Saturday Medium Tour finale during Doha Tour 3. Gloria de Jonc jumped the Meter 40s during week 3 of Doha Tour as well. Actually with a Friday night top 5. Very, very assured, experienced rider already for just 20 years old, Jennifer. He's had 3 weeks of Doha Tour, so lovely horses, as I said, and the Land European Source Golden Lady, but also Tinker's Hero, and this slightly younger, less experienced horse, Gloria de Jonc. 8 years old. So this is probably, if it's not into 4th or 5th, because That is still just 6 double players. Both phases, but of course, this two-phase continues a two-phase special, particularly this season. Other horses don't regions and then come back and rejoin horses that have been here to Doha, continuing riders, of course. It's about building a relationship again, getting them back match fit, mentally match fit as well. So double-handed in the meter 40 is going to be Louis Santana. This time around it is Blue Magic Bourget. Blue Magic Bourget jumped in the two-star a couple of times, up to two-star Grand Prix level. Doha Tour in January. Louise, in fact, completely sat out the five-star, in fact, tour during Doha Tour 3. Top end of the sport. This week, 18-year-olds, sister Jean Sadrin, who we know well from the Angers Global Champions Tour series, here with us as well. All of the Sadrins, all of the French riders, especially these young French riders, to Iron Man in the mix as well, have proven to be very, very fast. Now, this is competitive. This could be up there with Syringe, certainly faster than even. Is 43.92 possible? No, not quite, but it does go in a second. 44.65, that's 3/4 of a second in it to give us a French 1-2 at the moment. Blue Magic Bourget going second so far. Horse and rider pair who were on that podium CSI5 star Grand Prix here 12 months, 11 months, 15 weeks ago. Quite quiet for Saxo Philippe. Saxo is World Championship horse as well.
So 3 horses now to go in this CSI5 star two-phase special. As we go in, World Championship running forward, and line wide goes with Saxo Philippe.
مرة يعود مايكرو يبغي تأخذ اطمئنان لكن السكسو دلكو
Second time in this competition, Mike White. So let's get towards the beginning of the draw. Interested to see what he chooses to do with Saxo in the second phase here, because there's all the scope, all the experience to eat up this meter 40 course and to do it quite fast as well. The question is whether Mike thinks that's the right thing to do here on day one of the 5-star. Experienced also. It's necessary, you need to be taking the inside lines. Tightest line from place to place to still be quite quick, because they will just naturally come around, but certainly that long swing out alone around the red says that they're not trying to be terribly competitive here. It's just getting back into the swing of things with each other. So 7 horse and rider pairs have been clear and inside both phases. Sarin Sharif, the best of Louis Sutherland second, Idram Hanibishra third as things currently stand. 2 more to come. 2 riders for Saudi Arabia to wrap up the draw here in our opening meter 40 class. Week of the prestigious Amir sword meeting here. Promoted by the Qatar Equestrian Federation and becoming the 4th and flagship week of the Doha Tour. So back to Sahad Al-Ajmi, NSI Lady Hire. Second phase, it's a nice slice through there. Well, so this is a tighter line than others have taken. Let's see where they are when they come out of the yellow double. 3:92 is the time to beat. Probably need to be about 30 seconds coming out of here. They're 28 rides and 29. Hustles around this corner as well. This is here to try. NSI Lady High just coming down to the last, just picks the horse up into the hand at the right moment there. Very, very good riding inside, allows me to ride at speed. Just get NSA Lady High into the right shape. Puts it away the top rail. 41.74 becomes the time to beat. With only 1 ride in the wings, guaranteed victory for the Saudi Arabia. The question is though, Sahad Al-Ajmi
Well, Saudi Arabia guaranteed to win because the final measure in the class is also from Saudi Arabia national season and the defenders and those with few
على أرض البلدان مرة أخرى يعود الفارس السعودي خالد عبد العزيز العيد مع كوبايات خالد عبد العزيز العيد الحصل على البرونزية تصدي لحوز الحواجز بأولمبياد سيدني أستراليا.
So Khalid Ali, so earlier on with Miss Cooper, returns this time with Q Iron. Wrap up this first 5-star competition of the Amir Sword International Equestrian Festival. 2 more 5-star classes to come today. 20 minutes past 6. The world ranking 2 phase, and that'll be a 2-phase normal as well. So if they do have problems in the first phase, which it does not, go through to the second. It's this first snug turn. Now follow Al-Ajmi. Again, he's motoring along quite forward. Overshoots this turn a little bit. A little scrub. Some energy. 27.28. Now remember, Al-Ajmi was landing out of this double in 28.29 seconds. So Sahad Al-Ajmi looks set to be our winner here. Khalid Abdulaziz Khalid hoping to come home as one of 9 double clears inside the time. 54 seconds time allowed won't trouble them. 44.82. Khalid Abdulaziz Khalid screening for 4th place actually in the last year. As we said, the world record 45 class, 2 phase normal. Just over 20 minutes on this one. 20 minutes past 6 in the end. 2 hours ahead of 3 hours ahead. 8 hours in front of the East Coast of the United States of America here in Doha. And then pre-qualifying top-tier class today, 10 minutes past 8 local time. It's a meter 50 world ranking. That's a table A speed, €30,000 in the prize fund for that one. All lead towards the Amir Sword 5-star Grand Prix here on Saturday. Double A ranking point, €308,600 Grand Prix. Culmination of the 5-star 4th week of Doha Tour. Emir Sword is the winner of our first 5-star class here with Syrian Shuri fit second. Luis Sadri in third. Al-Adab and Aziz Ali Doumi there on last end. Luis fourth. Idram Shah fifth. Double clear also for Rashid Toim Ali and Marie Antoine Emile. Double clear two for Jennifer Hochstetter and Marina Thomas-Alexander. Henrik van snatching 10th place. That single time for stealing that. So, first competition under our belts here on the 5-star tour of the Emir Sword Week of Doha Tour from the Longines Arena Al Shakab. Awards, of course, coming up, and we hope you'll stay with us for that and rejoin us at 20 minutes past 6 our next 5-star class, the first Longines World Ranking 5-star class of Emir Sword Week.
Good evening, everyone. You're very welcome to the prize-giving ceremony at His Highness the Amir Sword International Equestrian Festival for the CSI 5-star 1m40 two-phase special.
حضورنا الكريم نرحب بكم في مراسم تتويج الفرسان الفائزين في رابع أشواط هذا اليوم تصنيف الخمس نجوم من مرحلتين ارتفاع 1.40 سنتيمتر لمهرجان سيف سمو الأمير الدولي للفروسية.
We welcome into the launching outdoor arena at Al Shakab our top three. For France, Louise Sadron with Blue Magic de Bourget, Serene Sharif, already a winner here at the tour with Triple T Calmando Blue in second. And a win for Saudi Arabia, Saad Al-Alji with NSI Lady Hyatt.
على أرضية الميدان أصحاب المراكز الثلاثة في المركز الثالث لويس سادغان وفرنسا مع بلو ماجيك دو بورجي، في المركز الثاني سيرين شريف والجواد تريبل تي كالاماندو بلو، والصدارة للمملكة العربية السعودية مع سعد العجمي وانسي ليدي هايا.
We are honoured to welcome into the launching outdoor arena for the presentation Ahmed Al Mullah, Vice Chairman of the Emir Sword International Equestrian Festival Supreme Committee.
يقوم بتتويج الفائزين السيد أحمد الملا نائب رئيس اللجنة العليا المنظمة لمهرجان سيف سمو الأمير الدولي للفروسية.
And we call forward to the podium. In third place for France, it's Louise Sadron with Blue Magic de Bourget. They were clear at 44.65.
المركز الثالث للويس سادغان وبلو ماجيك دو بورجي من دولة فرنسا.
Taking second place, also for France, it's Serene Sharif with Triple T Calmando Blue, the 8-year-old. They were clear, 43.92.
نبارك لفرنسا مرة أخرى مع فارستها سيرين شريف المركز الثاني والجواد تريبل تي كالاماندو بلو.
And our winner, Saad Al-Alji, NSI Lady Hyatt. They showed good form out in Samarin in Slovakia in the end of last year, but today they're winners. They're on the top of the podium here in Doha. They were clear in 41.74.
الصدارة والامتياز للمملكة العربية السعودية عبر فارسها سعد العجمي مع الجواد انسي ليدي هايا.
And as always, wonderful photographs, great memories and super images being taken here at the launching outdoor arena at Al Shakab.
صورة تذكارية على ميدان لونجين بالشقب مع الفرسان الثلاثة الفائزين ونائب رئيس اللجنة العليا المنظمة السيد أحمد الملا.
So we ask the three riders on the podium to turn and face the screen, and once again I would ask you, if you are able, to please stand for the national anthem of our winning nation, Saudi Arabia.
حضورنا الكريم فلنقف من فضلكم احتراما للسلام الوطني للدولة الحاصلة على الصدارة والامتياز المملكة العربية السعودية.
Congratulations to our three prize winners as we ask them to leave the podium and remount their horses. His Highness the Amir Sword International Equestrian Festival, organised by the Qatar Equestrian Federation in association with their strategic partners, the Qatar Olympic Committee and Al Shakab, part of the Qatar Foundation, and very generously supported by Doha Bank, Vodafone, Sabardaj and of course Al Abdul Ghani Motors.
ألف مبروك لأصحاب المراكز الثلاثة الأولى يعودون لجيادهم الآن استعدادا لجولة النصر بقيادة صاحب الامتياز سعد العجمي والمملكة العربية السعودية. ألف مبروك لدولتي المملكة العربية السعودية وفرنسا. ونشكر السيد أحمد الملا نائب رئيس اللجنة العليا المنظمة لمهرجان سيف سمو الأمير الدولي للفروسية.
I'm delighted to be joined here by Saad Al-Jami from Saudi Arabia, winner of the 5-star 1m40 two-face special, riding the Self-Francais NSI Lady Haya. Saad, we saw this horse competing out in Slovakia at the end of last year, but it's come on here and a big win today here in Doha. Great progress for you and your horse.
Thank you so much. It's my first experience here in Doha Tour, and we're happy with how she performed. We started beginning of the summer. We started in a very small classes, and happy to end up winning such a nice class, the 140.
And for a rider from this region coming to a prestigious show, the Amir Sword International Equestrian Festival, it makes it all the more special.
Yeah, very special. It's very special to win here in the Amir Sword International Show.
Well, many congratulations on your win today, and all the very best for the rest of the tour.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Doha here under the desert night sky, and we've got our next competition just moments away. Just over 20 starters in the Longines World Ranking 2 phase. It's 2 phase normal, so they need to be free of faults and time over the first phase, which is from fences 1 through to 7, and then they'll progress on. So if they do go on, then it's against the clock. It is the faults over both phases and the time in the second phase that will be decisive. And of course, anyone who doesn't make it through to the second phase ranked according to faults and time in the first phase. So this is our first meter 45, our first world ranking competition of the Emir's Sword Week, which constitutes the 4th and flagship week of the Doha Tour. Regional designer, Iranian level 4 designer Rahman Shahafi is setting the tracks here this week, culminating in that AA Longines World Ranking points class, the 5-star Grand Prix here on Saturday. So here's our first to take on the challenge here of our first world ranking class, our first class fully onto the lights here of the Longines Arena Al Shakab, and you can see the big difference as they step into the ring there out of the horse walk through from the final warm-up into this incredible arena, the Longines Arena at Al Shakab, for the Amir's Sword Week here. 4th and final week of Qatar Equestrian Federation's Doha Tour, but the first of 3 weeks of 5-star jumping with us here at Al Shakab, with the CHI competition coming up next week, and following that then it is the opening leg of this year's Longines Global Champions Tour and Global Champions League. Well, when we were last here in January for week 3, Santiago Lambre and Chaco Bloom were actually on the podium, just missing out on the top step by 1 place, runners up in that week 3 Grand Prix. Santiago Lambre and Chaco Blue. We saw a couple of the 5-star Grand Prix horses just coming back into action, swinging back in by using the meter 40 tour. And again, it's so different horse to horse with their personality and what suits them, what suits their rider as well. So Santiago elects to put Chaco Blue here in the medium tour tonight. But we will see some 5-star contenders starting right at the top level. They'll jump the meter 50 class later on here. Stepping out nicely, turning here, this number 7, vertical is the last fence in the first phase, and he is going to be rung out according to time. 42 seconds the time allowed in the first phase, but I'd say Santiago's not too bothered by that. Just wants to get in the ring and get some nice jumps onto this horse's belt after their Grand Prix success here a couple of weeks ago in Al Shakab. So we've already seen younger sister Louise Sadran. Now it is the turn of Jean Sadran. Havana del Masse is the ride for Jean here as we get on into this meter 45 competition. Jean, between Doha Tour Week 3 and this Emir Sword Week, Week 4, has of course had that incredible podium performance and success in Longines FEI Jumping World Cup action in Bordeaux, being the runner-up with Dexter de Kertlen in Bordeaux. After a finish in the points and in the prizes in Amsterdam at the end of January as well. So a good couple of weeks back in Europe for Jean Sadran. Flowing through this double, and just a slight bending line takes them here to a good approach to number 7 and on into the second phase. 37.78 was the time taken, so Jean Sadran will be our first against the clock, and Jean usually one to lay down a very, very good standard as well. Ivana Del Masse, so last turn inside what was fence 7 on the earlier track. Big white vertical. Up here towards the last. Going to be just over 30 seconds. That last goes. A Qatari flag fence has been so influential each and every week of the tour. Ivana Del Masse and Jean Sadran with 4 faults at the final fence in 32.02.
Representing Austria is European Cup and to go to the Equestrian
The winner of the very first Grand Prix with us, he has then gone on to finish on the Grand Prix podium again. That's with Equestrian Naxel. This horse, Melody van der Smitshoven, a winner of the medium tour finale during week 2 here in Doha. Equestrian Melody van der Smitshoven and Austrian championship medalist Gerfried Puk. First week of Doha Tour, this combination was second in this very class. Gerfried across all his horses, Equitron Ornat, Equitran Excel, and this one Melody van der Smitshover has proven himself to be amongst our faster riders. It's a good line there, shallow. And the approach knifes across the Al Abdulghani motors and comes down here. This should be comfortably under 30 seconds by the time he gets to fence 12. Just holds a little bit to the last, conscious of that fence. 27.36 for Gerfried and Equitron Melody van der Smitshover to give us our first double clear. Roberto Prevetali and Esteban de Us. Esteban jumping well for top fives in the meter 45, meter 50 tour over the first 3 weeks of Doha Tour. .27.36 in his crosshairs. Roberto Prevetali, Esteban de Hus. Just couldn't get the spot he wanted. You could see him asking the horse to come back and just listen. But Esteban de Hus, keen, heavy in the hand, just really wants to dive at that last fence. And unfortunately it's 4/4. 27.55. It would have been faster, but not to be for Prevetali with that last fence down. Staying with our riders from the Italian forces, Emanuele Gaudiano and Contargo Blue. Gaudiano, the two-time Olympian. 5 top-tier victories over the course of the first 3 weeks. This one, Contargo Blue. Winner of the big class on Friday night of week 1. Winner of this competition in week 2. You could see him really move up the pace as he came into the second phase. Unfortunately, both parts of that ever influential yellow flower edge double down. So having wound the horse right up to great speed, he just brings it all back down now. Just over 30 seconds still, he's always fast. Gaudiano and Contargo Blue, it is going to be clear in the first phase, 8 in the second phase in 30.90. Santiago Lambre, in fact, the only contender not to make it through to the second phase so far. Hani Bisharat and Henriette. A good one for Ibrahim. many times Olympian for Jordan. Henrietta horses flick-flacked between this medium meter 45-50 tour and the meter 40 tours over the first 3 weeks. Has been a class winner with us over the course of Doha Tour so far. Still just the one double clear, so any double clear is going to be valuable, but again, feels like we say this about every rider, but we've got a very, very competitive field with us here for Doha Tour, and particularly this Amir Sword Week. They're all fast. Look at this. Competitive. 28.86. Not quite fast enough, but a very good challenge from Ibrahim Hani Bishrat and Henriette, just showing that it is, in most of these classes, fast rider versus fast rider versus fast rider. French Olympian Simon Delestre and I Amalacina are. I Amalacina on the podium in the Doha leg of the Longines Global Champions Tour Grand Prix Series last year. Won the Madrid Kings Cup as well, and won the Medium Tour finale during week 3 of Doha Tour. That was the meter 50 class on Saturday. One of 2 wins at the top tier already in Doha Tour for Simon Delestre. So our riders will be very keen to make their mark in the Amir Sword competition as well. This is the first time in 8 years that the Amir Sword has been opened up to international riders. It has been a very, very long-running flagship competition here in Qatar. Just going to be pipped at the post. Look at this, 27.98. Simon Delestre and I Amalacina are really nice flowing and forward down that last line, but not quite enough. It's 2/3 of a second still to the advantage of Gerfried Puck and Equestrian Melody van der Smidshoeven. 27.36 leads. Simon Delestre is double clear in second. Ibrahim Hani Bishrat and Henriette down into third. Falasoued Al-Ajmi and Ghana. Asian Games contender and medalist for Qatar. Falasoued stopped the clock inside the time in the first phase and immediately has a rail as he goes on into the second phase, just picking up the pace that little bit. So having gone through, it is then the couple down in the second phase, 2 down and 4 for time, for a total of 12 there for Fala Sued Al-Ajmi and Ghana.
Already on the podium here this evening, joined at this time with beautiful front.
On we go then to Sirine Sharif. Sirine already in good form as the week has opened up here. That runner-up spot with Triple T Calamandia Blue already. This is Van Galatana for the ever speedy Sirine. We'll see what happens here. This nice turn into the last in the first phase, and then they should open up the taps as they go through those timers, and that's a little bit where we saw Fala Sued come undone almost immediately, having opened up to that big ox, so just found himself not getting there on the right spot. So on the most natural line rather than the real shallow line that we saw Gerfried Puch ride there from 9 to 10. 27.36 to beat. It becomes academic now as that oxer with the water tray underneath goes on the way home. 31.26 with 4 faults for Sirine Sharif and Van Galatana. Away from the in-gate to that Vodafone fence. Vodafone joining us as a major sponsor here for Emir's Sword Week. Jamie and Tilara, ladies, Zarocca. Just roll that pole. You see a little bit in the cups, chesting it ever so slightly. Jamie gets a very, very short turn here to the double. Zarocca jumps it well. Want to be turning in the air over this Al Abdul Ghani Motors if he wants to catch Gerfried Puch's 27.36. It's all possible, just needs to push down this final line. All finding that they have to just hold that little bit. It's very difficult to just ride as forward as they would all like down there. Jamie Command is clear, but 28.14, so it is into third place. Back to Edwina Tops Alexander, Corelli de Mise. It's her ride for our meter 45 world ranking class. Corelli was the horse that gave Edwina her podium finish in that week 1 Grand Prix. Peter Schumacher designing in week 1 with us back in early January. 4-star week, followed up by another 4-star week when Uliana Vetsani came for the first time. Uliana then stayed in place for the first week of 5-star jumping, and that concluded our first 3 weeks with those Grand Prix victories for Gerfried Puck, for Henrik von Eckermann, and then finally for Abdullah Al-Shabatli. Ever so competitive field comes back to us then for the 4th week of Doha Tour, this Emir's Sword and the Emir's Sword Grand Prix. Could have a 4th and different name, standing atop the podium come Saturday. And of course the riders in the Emir's Sword also go down to the Emir's Sword race meeting, the presence of His Highness for the presentation of the sword itself. And it's double clear in 34.83 here for Edwina and Corelli de Mise. It's a good start to the week's jumping here for Edwina. There's been 2 double clears, and in the placings she's 5th at the moment. So our top 5 placings, all with double clears. Roberto Previtali then just behind with the fastest, for Fulter in the second phase in 6th. Still the leader of the Middle East rankings of the Longines FEI Jumping World Cup Series, Khaled Al Mobti, Khaled with Diana de Plevaux. Runner-up in this very class during week 3 of Doha Tour. Khaled in the money in the 5-star Grand Prix here during week 3 as well, before going off to the classes during the Nations Cup meeting at Sharjah and jumping the World Cup Series in Q8 last weekend. Actually runner-up in the World Cup qualifier in Q8, helping to consolidate his lead in that Middle East rankings. Still on the 0 score, still on quite a good time as well. Remember, this pair have been on the podium in this very class before. Khaled Al Mobti, Diana de Plevaux, 27.36 to beat. They're not going to be quite there. 27.98 holds second, so it is into, in fact, 4th position. Behind Jamie Kermon now goes Khaled Al Mobti. Gerfried Puck leads, Simon Deleuze second, Jamie Kermon third, and Khaled Al Mobti into 4th place, as that brings us up to a grand total now of 6 double clears. Well, Amber Fuller here is already off to quite a fast start, even in the first phase. She carries this on. Let's see how it translates into a final score. Amber and Nopal van Talet, they were actually top 5 in week 3's Grand Prix with us here on Doha Tour. So again, we see a 5-star Grand Prix horse just starting their week here in this medium tour. No doubt with the intention perhaps of stepping up the meter 50 jump-off class tomorrow, ready for the Grand Prix then on Saturday. quite a clever device there, leaving that fence at the end of the turn, because what happens is that a lot of riders actually ride out as far as the fence rather than taking the turn that might actually be better and even more natural. The fence can just lure them that couple of strides further away. 32.82 as we get another double clear. I wouldn't necessarily have expected Amber and Nopal Van Talent to be trying to ride for the win in this competition. As I say, keeping their powder dry, hoping to repeat and improve on their top 5 in the Week 3 5-star Grand Prix at the end of January. A tough start here, unfortunately, for the double Longines Global Champions Tour Grand Prix winner Bassem Mohammed. Bassem with Crispo. The early rail in the first phase down, so he's actually only going to be, I think, the second rider to be bailed out. So that first phase 4 faults for Bassem Mohammed and Crispo in a time of 40.99. 12 have made it through to the second phase, and 7 of those have gone on to be clear in that phase as well.
Number 15 on the start has joined us now representing France. Charlie Chico with
So Ines Joly, as we go back to France, the 2-star Grand Prix winner in Week 1, Ines with Féline de Foncombe here in our 5-star meter 45. This horse has come up well through the series as well, jumping meter 40, meter 45 and meter 50 classes over the course of January's 3 weeks here. Ines also top 5 in one of our prestigious Grand Prix during the course of Doha Tour as well. Definitely one to watch in this Amir Sword Week. Well, ever fast, not quite though as fast as Gerfried Puch. There's still a third of a second in it. Ines Joly and Féline de Foncombe though come closer than anyone else and go into second place for the moment. It's Abdul Rahman Al Raji with Ventago now. Been on the podium in this class in previous weeks of the Doha Tour. She jumped some of the meter 50 tour as well over the course of our previous 3 weeks here in the Longines Arena at Al Shakab. Currently sitting third on those Middle East World Cup standings. Abdullah Shabatli second, Khalid Al-Mabti the leader. Really hustling here, so not being lured out to that white vertical on his turn back to the Oxer. Abdul Rahman Al Raji, 27.36 to beat. Again, he's just got to balance down this final line, and it puts him on the back foot. 27.96, good enough for third place. 200ths faster than Simon Deleste, but it's still Gerfried Puck, who went so early in the draw, third in the ring, that leads the way here in our two-phase competition for the meter 45 world rank. Championship medalist for Switzerland, Nadja Peter Steiner, with Japelou. So coming in on the zero score, Nadja Peter Steiner not going to be up there with the very, very fastest, but going to join the ranks of the double clears, 33.58. Rashitoem Ali Al-Mari is our next to go with Concordes. Another member of the Asian Games team last year. Concordes jumped for a top 10 result in the meter 50 class on Friday night, the jump-off class during Doha Tour 3. One of our most successful Qatari riders in the top tour as well. Coming close in several classes. Unfortunately won't be progressing to the second phase here with Concordes, but again, it would be wonderful for the sport in the region as well if we had a Qatari or a regional rider, as of course we had a winner in Abdullah Shabatli of our last Grand Prix, going to the presence of His Highness the Amir for the presentation of the sword come Saturday. So 4 faults in the first phase for Concordes and Rashitoem Ali Al-Mari. 4 more to go. Santiago Lambre is going to ride another one in this class. We're going to see Jean Sadran back, we're going to see Gerfried Puch back, and Gaudiano back as well. So 4 potential winners still on the start list here. As we go back to Santiago Lambre, as I said, the Olympian from Brazil, Santiago, we know him so well from jumping on the North American circuit. So very, very interesting to see this rider over here riding the Doha Tour this spring. Riding with success, of course, as well, with that runner-up spot in the 5-star Grand Prix during week 3 of January. Setano van Aspergem is Santiago's ride for this meter 45 world ranking 2-phase, the second ride, as I said, of the competition. So having ridden his Grand Prix horse Chaco Bleu earlier on in the draw, he didn't go around too fast in the first phase. Actually got first phase time penalties, but potentially could be quite competitive with this one. Very, very good turn back here to the final line. 27.36 to beat. He's all out for it. Look at this time from Santiago Lambre. 2.5 seconds faster. Gaetano van Aspergem double clear for Santiago Lambre, and 24.81 becomes the time to beat in the closing moments of this world ranking 2-phase. So there's the new shape of things. Gerfried Puch overtaken for the very first time with Equestrian Melody van der Smidshoeven, but we'll see him back with Ornat in a moment or two's time after we see a second ride for Jean Sadran. This is Giamo VDS. Giamo jumping a couple of the weeks of the 2-star with us in January, including a top 5 in one of the 2-star Grand Prix pre-qualifier classes. Over the Al Abdul Ghani fence and coning around to this final line. Jean Sadran a little bit wider, of course, than Santiago Lambre, who set that blistering time a moment ago. Jean always quite forward as well. Is she going to get home under 30 seconds? It's going to be the last down. And from memory, that is exactly what happened the first time around to Jean Sadran as well. Clear until the very last fence in this 2-phase competition here on the opening day of the Emir's Sword. So can Gerfried Puk take it back? Having seen him already with Melody van der Smitshover, laying down a time that's only been bested by one rider, he comes back now with a little bit more experienced Ornat. This is championship horse with us here as well in Naxel. He was winner of the Week 1 Grand Prix, but Ornat, so many podiums and top fives over the course of metre 45, metre 50 jumping these weeks. Flies into that yellow double. Again on such a shallow line here, and it puts him on a great spot then when he does knife that Abdul Ghani to get a good turn back here to the Oxa. And is he able to ride forward here? No. You see another rider just having to sit up. It'll go into second place, 26.63, but just can't catch Santiago Lambre and Katana van Aspergem. Gerfried Puk, Equestrian Ornat into second at the cost of his own ride with Melody van der Smitshover that sits third. So just one horse and rider pair remaining, and they could easily be our winners. Emanuele Galdiano takes a second crack at this metre 45 world ranking 2 phase. Italian Olympian and career Longines Global Champions Tour and Longines FEI Jumping World Cup qualifier winner. Galdiano with Vasco. Cantago Bleu, Crack Balou, Nicolas de Musique. The horses he's ridden at the top tour in previous weeks here have all been winners, contributing to his 5 top-tier wins, not counting the wins he's had with other horses at the 2-star level with us in the January editions of Doha Tour. Has to have as much hope as anyone of walking away with the Emir's sword this week. Just rattles that last in the first phase. Again, gets a good short turn up here. One of the fastest riders in the sport, no surprise at all. Maybe not on such a good shadow line as Gerfried Puk, but remember Santiago Lambre was faster even than Puk. He's very short turning back here to the Oxa, and he stays going forward. He just has to take that one check at the end. He's half a second, 0.6 of a second really, out in front, 24.22. It's Emanuele Galdiano with the first top-tier victory of the Doha Tour for Vasco, and his 6th top-tier victory of Doha Tour, coming now in week 4 of Qatar Equestrian Federation's Doha Tour. His Highness the Amir Sword International Equestrian Festival, and of course our thanks so much to strategic partner, the Qatar Olympic Committee, the support of our venue here, the Longines Arena at Al Shakab, and major sponsor Vodafone, with then Doha Bank and Al Abdul Ghani Motors also supporting as sponsors for Doha Tour right throughout all 4 weeks. You just see the reaction there, Roberto Prevetali on the kiss and cry for teammate Emanuele Galdiano with Vasco, winners of the 5-star world ranking 2 phase. Santiago Lambre second. It's a 3-4 for Gerfried Puk, and Ines Joly rounds out our top 5. We ended up with double clears going right the way down to 13th position. In fact, we ended up feeling like we were 5, 6, 7 for a long time, and then we just got those few at the end. Edwina Tops Alexander will be the lowest of them with Corolli de Mise, but remember that's a 5-star Grand Prix horse. Roberto Prevetali, who we just saw on the kiss and cry there, congratulating his teammate. He's the fastest 4-faulter. Jean Cedrin, Serene Sharif, Jean Cedrin once again. Galdiano's first ride, Cantago Bleu, Falasoued Al Ajmi. Santiago Lambre down there low because he didn't come out of the first phase with his 5-star Grand Prix podium finisher, and Rashid Toim, Ali Al-Mari, and Bassem Hassan Mohammed and Crispo. So those are the results of our first world ranking class. We've got our Table A speed for the metre 50 tour coming up 10 minutes past 8 tonight. As I say, we are 2 hours in front of Central Europe, 3 hours in front of the UK and Ireland, and 8 hours in front of the east coast of the United States of America. I'll unfortunately have to leave you to do the rest of the calculations on your own if you're elsewhere, but hopefully that is enough to guide you on to a 10 past 8 start for our next class. Awards, of course, coming up for this competition, the meter 45 two-phase, with victory for Emanuele Gadiano. We hope you'll stay with us for that, but otherwise we'll talk to you in a few minutes' time for our feature class of day one of the Emir's Sword.
Good evening, everyone. You're very welcome to the prize-giving ceremony at His Highness the Amir Sword International Equestrian Festival for the launching ranking 1 meter 45 CSI5 star two-phase class.
حضورنا الكريم نرحب بكم في مراسم تتويج الفائزين ب5 أشواط أول أيام مهرجان سيف سمو الأمير الدولي للفروسية تصنيف 5 نجوم ارتفاع 1.45 سنتيمتر.
We welcome in our top three, the man who was a member of the European bronze medal winning team at the championships in Milan for Austria, Gerfried Bruck in third place. Olympian for Brazil, Santiago Lambre taking second place, but it's the man who takes his 8th victory of the tour. It's Italian Olympian Emanuele Gaudiano that leads the way here today on Vasco 118.
نرحب بأصحاب المراكز الثلاثة. في المركز الثالث من أستراليا غارفريد بوك مع الجواد إكويترن في المركز الثاني البرازيل عبر فارسها سانتياغو لامبر والجواد سيتيانوفا أسبرغامزي، والصدارة لإيمانويل غوديانو من إيطاليا مع الجواد فاسكو 118.
We're honoured to be joined here in the Longines Outdoor Arena by our prize presenter, which is Dr. Amin Ali Abdullah Al Ansari, the Director of Government and Public Affairs at Al Abdul Ghani Motors.
تقوم بتتويج الفائزين الدكتورة إيمان علي عبد الله الأنصاري مدير الشؤون الحكومية والعامة بشركة عبد الغني موتورز، فلتتفضل مشكورة.
And we call forward to the podium. He was fourth as well, but he takes third place here on the podium with Equestrian Ornat V. It's Austria's Gerfried Bruck.
مبارك الفوز والمركز الثالث لأستراليا وفارسها غارفريد بوك.
Taking second place, the Olympic rider from Brazil, Santiago Lambre, Cayetano van Asperton Z. They were clear at 24.81.
المركز الثاني لسانتياغو لامبر من البرازيل مع الجواد سيتيانوفا أسبرغامزي.
And what can we say? For the 8th time, the Italian ace, it's that man again, Emanuele Gaudiano from Italy on the top stage of the podium, this time with Vasco 118, clearing 24.22.
للمرة الثانية يعتلي هنا منصة تتويج الإيطالي إيمانويل غاديانو بميدان لونجين بالشغب إيطاليا في الصدارة والامتياز.
Super memories, lovely photographs been taken here in the Longines Outdoor Arena of our prize winners.
صورة تذكارية جماعية.
And we ask the three riders on the podium to turn and face the screen. And once again, I would ask you, if you are able, to please stand for the national anthem of our winning nation, Italy.
حضورنا الكريم فلنقف من فضلكم تحية للسلام الوطني للدولة الحاصلة على الصدارة والامتياز إيطاليا.
Congratulations to our three prize winners as we ask them to leave the podium and remount their horses. His Highness the Amir Sword International Equestrian Festival, very generously organised by the Qatar Equestrian Federation with their strategic partners, the Qatar Olympic Committee, along with Al Shakab, member of the Qatar Foundation, and very generously supported by Doha Bank, by Vodafone, Sahab, and of course by Al Abdul Ghani Motors.
مبارك الفوز للفرسان الثلاثة، ونشكر الدكتور إيمان علي عبد الله الأنصاري مدير الشؤون الحكومية والعامة لشركة عبد الغني موتورز التي قامت بتتويجهم. يعودون الآن إلى جهادهم استعدادا لجولة النصر بقيادة صاحب الامتياز والصدارة الإيطالي إيمانويل غوديانو.
Our winner, Emmanuel Gaudiano, Santiago Lambre taking second and Gertrude Puck taking third.
في المركز الثالث غوفريد بوك وأستريا، المركز الثاني لسانتياغو لامبر والبرازيل، والصدارة لإيطاليا مع إيمانويل غوديانو.
Well, it's a case of normal service resumed here at the Doha Tour. Manuel Gaudiano, 7 wins coming into His Highness the Amir Sword International Equestrian Festival, and here on day one he's back on the top of the podium again with Vasco 118 clearing 24.22. Vasco 118 was good and sharp for you tonight, and the horse has really performed well.
Yeah, Vasco, I think he liked very much this show. He's performed very good. He finished in a good shape, and he start the new tour in better shape. And I hope he will jump good also the next days.
So since we've last spoke to you after your 7 wins before, you've now had time to compete elsewhere and come back. Just explain what you've been doing and the way it's been working with the horses.
These horses, they went in Doha for 2 weeks. They had 2 weeks off. They just was riding by my rider, and I went to another show with other 2 horses. Yeah, they enjoyed the sun, the nice weather, and they take a little bit relaxed before this important 3 weeks, 5-star show.
Well, congratulations on your win today, and the very best of luck for the rest of the tour.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Together we keep moving forward.
Hello and welcome to the final class of day one of His Highness the Emir's Sword International Equestrian Tour here, the final and flagship week of Doha Tour. It's our 5-star Grand Prix qualifying class for day one. It's a Longines World Ranking meter 50 table A speed, 23821, and just under 20 horse and rider pairs going to post in this feature class of day one here. Thanks so much to the Longines Arena here at Al Shakab for playing host to this event, promoted by the Qatar Equestrian Federation, supported by Qatar Olympic Committee. And our thanks to our sponsors like Vodafone, as well as Doha Bank and Al Abdul Ghani Motors and their sub-brand Kinto. Generous support of the fourth and final week of Doha Tour. And of course, after those first 3 weeks in January, the announcement came out very promptly after the success that it's been renewed for a further 2 years of sport. So Ines Joly is going to lead them away, and Naja Peter Steiner will follow. Abdullah Al-Shabatli, Dancing Wolf, Galdiano, I mean, winners all the way through here. Gerfried Puck, the week one Grand Prix winner. Antoine Herman, a winner at the small meter 40 level. He's also won on the 2-star tour with us. Santiago Lambre, Santiago, who's been on the podium in the week 3 Doha Tour Grand Prix. Week 1 Grand Prix podium finisher Edwina Tops-Alexander. We've got Carla Dalmobti, the current leader of the Middle Eastern standings of the Longines FEI Jumping World Cup Series. Janica Born Kuranayadash was individually 4th at the Asian Games. Jennifer Hochstadter, Evelina Tovek, who was a big winner here during week 2. Hani Kamal Raji Bishrat, Jean Sedran, Rika Belinda Barker, and Simon Deleste last to go. It's a great draw for the French Olympian there, Simon Deleste. So the course then set by Raymond Chafi, the regional 4-star level designer from Iran. Ramin starts his line going away from the big screen up at the top of the ring with this first related distance alongside the Riders' Tribune. And then he turns them across the ring, but still keeping them quite snug down to the Emir's VIP for a triple bar and then a left-hand rollback. So again, it's all quite tight down here. It's going to come at you relatively quickly. Triple combination line early on course. Now he's used lighter material here at the last moment. He's got that flying V on as a filler onto the A element, the vertical. So it's vertical 1 stride, oxa 2 strides vertical, before then again coming out of quite a tight turn here to number 5 before he then really opens them up with this line 6 and then through the right shoulder to the flowers 7A, 7B, the white, grey and yellow that is always so influential, however it's built, wherever it's used. The water tray onto the Corniche coffee pots, and then again he puts them into a left-hand rollback turn. All of these turns, of course, so important because it is a table A speed. 1 round where faults and jumping are the deciding factor. From the Doha bank, again, it's not quite straight. It's a left-hand bending line down to the stained glass windows, and here then is a tight right-hand turn. Again, it's how far they come down the ring before they will turn back and give themselves their approach to this Oxa just by the in-gate. And then right in front of the in-gate, it is the Vodafone vertical, full meter 50 there to finish off the track. 82 seconds is the time allowed, and that might come into play for some of them who are just schooling a little bit, ready for the week ahead. But it will be of no interest whatsoever to those who are hoping to be really, truly competitive in this class and take the victory. And they will be trying to go just as fast as is possible. So as you said, got dark during that meter 40 class. It is proper dark now, but of course the incredible lighting and this magnificent Longines Arena at Al Shakab sets us up for world-class competition, a week that will culminate in the Emir Sword 5-star Grand Prix. And it is just, whilst this is the flagship and final week of the 5-star of the Doha Tour, it is then the first of 3 weeks of 5-star jumping with us here at the Longines Arena Al Shakab. CHI, dressage, para dressage and show jumping coming up next week, and then the first leg of the 2024 season of the Longines Global Champions Tour and Global Champions League. We start our competition then with Inijuli. In tonight's feature class riding Calliope de l'Abbé. It is the week 1 2-star Grand Prix winner Calliope de l'Abbé. Also jumping across the 2-star and 4-star tours. And of course then the final week in January was a 2-star, 5-star week with us here. Calliope de l'Abbé ending up just outside the top 5 in the week 3 Grand Prix. So clear through all 3 parts of the triple combination. You can see Calliope de l'Abbé really working the body. Just full and fresh here coming into this 4th and final week of jumping. Easily capable of the extra 10 centimeters that is the difference between this and the first round of the Grand Prix. And Ines also fast. What turns does she make? What lines does she make? Calliope getting quite heavy in the hand here, just showing that exuberance as they roll back to the Doha bank. Everything staying standing at the moment. And now, how short do they turn up to this? Calliope does a great job just squaring up to that fence at the last minute. 73-17 on the clock for Inijuli and Calliope de l'Abbé. You can see why this pair were just off the pace when it came to 5-star Grand Prix action. They are very, very comfortable at the level. Calliope de l'Abbé and Inijuli give us clear round number 1 of the feature class here. Nadja Peter-Steiner and Espoir Blanc Cristal. Espoir Blanc Cristal, again a horse that's gone very well here on the Doha Tour for Nadja. Actually top 5 in this very class during week 2 of Doha Tour back in January. Gets a little bit deep into the front of that triple bar. Beautifully ascending though, and it's out on its own. It's just a little bit of a gymnastic exercise there early on in the course. But just like his contemporary Uliana Vetsani, you get that idea that it's all about that turn, that roll back from the triple bar. And again, it's more than 180 degrees as well. It's somewhere about 210 degrees if you want to be exact, but just that little bit more than a half circle turning back to the triple, and that is important because it just creates that little bit of indecision for the rider. If they're not exactly on their plan, then they could turn around and find that that triple combination isn't where they expected it at all. So Nadja Peter-Steiner then, it is going to end up being with 12 jumping falls in 81.04, so still inside that time, but it is the 12 for Nadja and Espoir Blanc Cristal, not the meter 50 start that we would expect from them after the form they've shown previously in the Doha Tour. We move on. Well, with the former Trevor Breen, Dancing Wolf OL, Abdullah Al-Shabatli. Abdullah and Dancing Wolf have gone well. Of course, Abdullah winning our most recent Grand Prix here and putting himself in as one of the top 3 riders on that Middle East standings of the World Cup. I think it is 3 riders from the Middle East standings who go to the finals in Riyadh. Dancing Wolf a winner during week 3 with us. Actually had a top 5 and then a win Thursday to Friday of the week then that Abdullah ended up being the Grand Prix winner here with us as well. Dancing Wolf gets right up in the air over that triple bar. Abdullah being very, very conscious of that turn-back turn. Having seen the problems for Nadja Peter-Steiner a moment ago, he may or may not have seen them. Of course, there is a big screen out in the warm-up, and he might have just watched his predecessor in the ring, or he might have still been jumping. It's very difficult to know when you're early in the class, as we've been saying with the choice of classes for horses. Every horse, every rider, a little bit different in what they want to do. Not many in the field, and only one clear so far. So that's why Abdullah Al-Shabatli, he's trying to wrest back control here a little bit from Dancing Wolf, but he is still being on the tightest possible line, even having had a rail, because he knows that could still be worth a decent place in this thing. He really winds the horse back, because when the two of them couldn't quite agree coming down to that, they were lucky to just have the rail. It could have been a little bit more through those stained glass windows. Now Abdullah will think about what's the next best procedure for this horse to try and get the best out of him this week and on into the next few weeks jumping as well, of course. But with 8 faults there, you saw with 4 faults, Abdullah thought, I could still do well in this class, running the numbers in his head instantaneously as soon as he had the second rail down, and because the horse, you know, wasn't listening to him. They went in sync coming down over those stained glass windows, and Abdullah, as he lands over that, he immediately then changes down 2 gears and just finishes very, very steady. An interesting round to watch when you consider the tactics that are going instantaneously through the rider's mind. So Emanuele Gaudiano, Nicolage de Musique, one of his many winners, actually won this very class during week 3. It's quite early in the draw, but we saw how well Geoffrey Pook, my goodness, I mean, it's not the widest triple bar in the world, but he put some angle on that. He must have made it more than 2.5 meters wide for himself, the angle he took. And it set him up beautifully for the triple combination. I don't think anyone's going to try and come inside that Souk tower. It would put you on quite a difficult line to the Oxer and probably end up with you having to wrestle your horse too much as well. You'd lose a lot of rhythm through the double. At our time check in a moment, considerably up, 5.7 seconds is what we were told. Swings back to the Doha bank. Oh, he was on a brave one there. Shapes the line. He has the back rail. So although it is going to be incredibly fast, look at that, nearly 10 seconds, 8.1 seconds to be exact, faster than Ines Joly. Ines Joly's clear trumps everything else. 4 faults for Nicolage de Musique and Emanuele Gaudiano, so he won't be the winner of this class 2 weeks of the Tour in a row. But he sets, I think, the sort of reference time, 65 seconds there on the clock. If we see that replicated from a clear, it's going to take quite a bit of beating here, even with the quality of the riders we have. And as I said, these riders, whatever about them, they are all fast. We have had fast classes here. You look down the list, you see somebody set a reference time, you looked at the next 4 or 5 riders and you go, this could be beaten 4 or 5 times. And here we are, straight away. A man who's won plenty of classes against the clock. He won our very first Grand Prix as well. And that was with this horse, Equestrian Naxel, Geoffrey Pook. Pook rode this horse at the Milan European Championships, part of the Austrian team that won bronze there. As well as winning the week 1 Grand Prix. He was on the podium then the following week in Grand Prix action here with us during Doha Tour. Still on the 0 score, coming to the stained glass windows. We break the run. It was down twice in a row before he got there. Geoffrey Pook comes towards home. 73.17 to beat. He's actually going to be close, but he should still be out in front. Yep, he doesn't make as much difference as Emanuele Gaudiano did, but Geoffrey Pook and Naxel wouldn't necessarily be in the business of trying to win this class. It's more about trying to win. Look at Naxel, just really making a shape through his body there, enjoying himself out in the ring. So we talk about riders with championship experience. This young man has a lot of championship experience, but it is at the youth level. Just 22 years old, Antoine Amir. He has made quite the mark here during the first 3 weeks of Doha Tour. What will he do now here in Amir's Sword Week? Antoine with Comic Star. Comic Star and Antoine 6th in the jump-off class on Friday night here during week 3 in January. So 63 on the clock, coming away from the stained glass windows here for Antoine Amir. Looking set to be our third clear round, and 72.14 to beat. He's going to be just behind 72.78. He looks across at the board and sees that it's not quite enough. Antoine Amir and Comic Star go second, with Gerfried Puck still the one to beat. So Santiago Lambre on our podium back in January in week 3. Santiago already off to a very, very solid start with us here in Amir's Sword Week as well. And this could be comparable. Now, he just got a little bit caught up there in the Royal Palace clock, but this was setting out for sure to be comparable to the way Gaudiano took on this track. And remember, Gaudiano is still 7 seconds, 7.07 to be exact, faster than any of our clear rounds. Gerfried Puck, 72.14 leads. So Lambre is 3/4 of a second up and keeps hustling. Jumps across that again. That's a wide enough oxer to be taking in your stride as you flick from right to left in the air, coming down to the stained glass windows, looking across to his next port of call. He jumps wide out over that to shape back on the Vodafone. He is good. He's really made up the difference. He was 0.87 up and he goes up to 4.23 up in the final analysis. A great second sector there from Santiago Lambre and Zeus, really making it count, and they become the ones to beat. As I said, that time from Gaudiano, 65.07. If we saw anyone in that country, they could be very, very sharp in this class. And there we see it from Lambre and Zeus for Brazil, 67.91. So with her Madrid Longines Global Champions Tour Grand Prix winner Edwina Tops-Alexander rides fellow Castlefield. Australian Olympian Edwina, first ever winner of the Longines Global Champions Tour Super Grand Prix, and a winner several times over here in Doha as well. She goes outside the Royal Palace clock now. Fellow again, as a real true Grand Prix horse, I would say as much as anything that they are just in this ring to tune up for the rest of the week, and unfortunately they are, just as a result of their rollback turn, going to have the front rail out of that triple combination line. .68 seconds over the stained glass window, and you see there, like, they are so willing, these horses. You saw fellow Castlefield. He could feel, you know, the pressure coming from Edwina early on in the course about time, and he was looking, he was offering that inside turn. Yeah, and they're exchanging a few words with Abdullah Al-Shabatli on the kiss and cry. His fellow Castlefield and Edwina Tops Alexander come home with 4 for jumping and 2 for time. So the current leader, and a leader by quite some margin, of the Middle East rankings of the Longines FEI Jumping World Cup Series, Khalid Al-Mobdi. Been a World Cup finalist in the past, been an Asian Games medalist. Jaguar King VD and WD and Khalid were just off the top 10. Still inside the prize money of the 5-star Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago during week 3 of Doha Tour. And the Qatar Equestrian Federation just honoured to have this Amir sword now as the flagship week of Doha Tour. It's the 4th and final week. It is a very, very long running and historic competition here in Qatar. But actually, it's the first time in 8 years that the international riders have been invited to participate, and you know, it potentially means that the Qatari won't walk away with the Emir sword this week. But it just shows that you know, they feel, and you see the results of their riders, that they are in the mix. It could happen. 60 seconds here from Al-Mobdi, one of the region's best, over the stained glass windows, coming up towards home. 67.91 from Lambre. He won't beat that. He comes home in 70.48. It's good enough for second place. So the clears have started to come in as we go on now to the Irish sport horse Maxwin Kinmar Agalux and Janica Born Kuranayadash, the combination that were just off the podium, individually 4th at the most recent Asian Games. And Janica Born has been jumping well with us here during Doha Tour as well. Maxwin Kinmar Agalus 4th in the week 2 4-star Grand Prix. And actually runner-up in this class during week 3 of the Tour. Touches that front rail. Does that mean that they're off here, this vertical? No, because you just saw Janica Born sit up and make the difference. She just made a good adjustment coming down that line rather than letting Kinmar Agalux run free and forward on the forehand. It was good as well, again, when you watch these horses and their attitude. That horse had spotted the white vertical miles away, but on a straight line after the coffee pot. So Jannica Bourne had to work quite hard to get the left-hand roll back to the Doha bank. This, time-wise, is in great shape. 67.91 to beat. Is she there? Just behind. 0.1 of a second behind for Jannica Bourne Kuranayadaj. Maxwin, Kinmar, Agalux are clear, but they do go into second place. As I say, runners-up in this class during week 3. Is that about to be history repeating for Jannica Bourne Kuranayadaj? Staying with the young talents, 26-year-old Jannica Bourne Kuranayadaj gives way to 20-year-old Jennifer Hochstadter and Golden Lady. Top 5 in this class during week 2, and then went on to be on the podium in the Saturday meter 50 class during week 3 with this horse. It's just been quite a mixed bag of results for them overall. So you see her landing there over the stained glass windows at 63.64 seconds, means not going to be going for the very best time, but the score she wants is the 0 in the jumping penalty box. That is set up hopefully for a good week ahead for Jennifer Hochstadter and Golden Lady with a clear over this meter 55-star track set by Raymond Shahafi of Iran. Ramin would be very well known in the region and I think has designed the Emir's sword several times in the past, but now that we focus on it all of a sudden from outside the region, we have the international riders, we have the 5-star standing, and Ramin Shahafi presents the courses as the regional level 4 designer. What Evelina Tovek? Evelina has been on the podium here in the past in the CHI 5-star Grand Prix, and she has been a class winner twice over. With Mobito van der Roshover in week 2 she won this class, and in week 3 she won the Friday jump-off class. So very, very good form in this ring. But interestingly, if you're going to go back to it, those week 2, week 3 results, Uliana Vetsani tracks, what does the change of designer to Shafi this week mean for Evelina Tovek? Of course, the other aspect is that it's been a couple of weeks break. Mobito van der Roshover's last time jumping was in the 5-star Grand Prix here during week 3. Good, neat turn back here. This is a competitive time as well, 60-61 seconds. Saying this is a pair that don't ever look, you know, speedy in the way that Gaudiano does. Look at that time, 71.90. Would have been right in the mix and probably pulling up as she came home with that rail off the second last. So Evelina Tovek and Mobito van der Roshover prove that they are very, very prompt across the ground once again. This time, though, it is unluckily with 4 faults. Hani Kamal Raji Bisharat for Jordan and Chatinu. World Championship rider for Jordan back in 2022 in Denmark. Meter 40 podium finisher, but he has the Gulf Dows down at number 2. Big water tray onto there, a lot of decoration at that number 2, and it comes up at them, quite quick. If a horse hasn't settled into his business, not really focused, that can happen. And we see a second rail for the pair now coming through the triple combination, which comes very early on the course. As we were saying when we were looking at the trace and just kind of analysing the course, you come in over that related distance, you swing down but quite tight to the triple bar. You've got a tight turn back if you want to be competitive to the triple combination, which comes at you very early in the class. So, a lot to do there. So from the Doha bank down to the stained glass windows, remember our best have been jumping this under 60 seconds. Raji here has another rail. You see his horse getting really long and low in the hand, but actually it's probably that he let him down there to bring him back up into a better shape and contact down to the last 2 on course. So Hani Kamal Raji Bisharat, 16 jumping faults in 79 seconds. Tricky start to the week for what has been quite a successful pairing here during the course of Doha Tour. Again, looking at the start list, anyone could still be our winner, including this pair, Jean Sadran, Unforgettable Danville. Jean showed real class and talent, of course, top 10 in a very good Longines Global Champions Tour Grand Prix in Monaco last year. Second, just in recent weeks, in the Bordeaux leg of the Longines FEI Jumping World Cup Series. Jean and Unforgettable Danville have been on the podium in this class and also top 5 in Grand Prix action over the course of Doha Tour. But the Yellow Flowers double, unfortunately, a element down for Sadran and Unforgettable Danville as they snake their way around this track. So inside the time, 73.96, but it is, of course, with that rail at the double of yellow fences at 7 for Unforgettable Danville and Jean Sadran, leaving us with 2 remaining on the start list for our feature world ranking class of day 1 of the Emir's Sword. Emir's Sword International Equestrian Festival, flagship and final week of Qatar Equestrian Federation's Doha Tour. So on to Rika Belinda Barker, iCloud. Very good form at meter 50 with us over the course of the earlier weeks of the tour. top 5 and podium in Grand Prix action with their other horse, Tabalou. And actually also winner of one of our 2-star Grand Prix across the 3 January weeks of Doha Tour as well. Oh, sit up. Just really misjudged there going in, and actually very, very brave to come out. And Rikke sat well, because that could have ended a lot differently, and they just unfortunately have lost confidence entirely. Rikke asked the question and iCloud had nothing to give there really. You can see her just smarting a little bit, just having probably landed on one of those poles. Of course, we've got exemplary medical and veterinary care whenever they are required here at the Longines Arena at Al Shakab for this Amir Sword Week, and Rikke will get whatever help she requires. But unfortunately, it will be elimination from the competition. The paramedics right with her straight away, and Rikke will be given exactly as much time as she needs and requires. There's absolutely no rush. We want to make sure that everything is in order for our horses and riders. In terms of horses, iCloud just being led out of the ring at the moment, absolutely fine. I say their confidence will have taken a bit of a knock after that paddle through the yellow double at 7AB. And as much as anything, you know, if you know riders, that Rikke will be one determined to walk out of this ring, and the next thing will be determined to try and ride iCloud as soon as possible to, you know, maybe not tonight, but you know, in tomorrow, and try and rebuild that confidence, that trust between the pair. So there we are, Rikke just going out, sitting up in the medic cart. I think as much as anything that's on the advice of the paramedics. I'm sure if she'd had a choice, she'd probably have stomped out of the ring. And not stomped through anger. I don't want to suggest that at all. It would have been frustration with herself. We wish Rikke the very, very best. A great supporter of the Tour, some very good results so far, and we hope we get to talk about her having a couple more good results before the final 2 days of the Tour as part of this Amir Sword rattle through here tomorrow and Grand Prix Day on Saturday. So that just leaves us with one. Now, he may have had a slightly interrupted warm-up, so it could be a second or two before we have him brought forward from the warm-up. It's going to be Simon de Lest, Simon with Olga van der Kruishoven, and again, you know, as I say, you look through these start lists here on Doha Tour and you see potential winner after potential winner after potential winner. Santiago Lambre and Zeus for Brazil cannot feel like they're going to be the winners here until Olga and Simon have posted their score. Not least because in week one of the series, this pair were the winners of this very class. So here he is, the last to go on day one of the Amir Sword. The focus on all of their minds in general terms. Just over 300,000 euros in the prize fund of the Amir Sword 5-star Grand Prix on Saturday. But for tonight, Santiago Lambre watches closely to see whether he is going to be a winner again, and Simon de Lest rides to see whether he is going to be a winner again. Olga van der Kruishoven and French Olympian Simon de Lest. Simon, twice a winner already this season here on Doha Tour. Been on the podium in the Grand Prix. He's been several times on the podium of major Grand Prix here in this ring in his career, Simon. And has all of his very best horses here as well, because Cayman Jolly Jumper jumping interestingly during Doha Tour in the 2 stars. It's a very smooth turn inside the Royal Palace clock and then back to the triple combination. For a start, it's about leaving them standing, and he just takes an absolute flyer there, ends up flattening out. Olga doesn't quite follow through behind and make a good shape behind, so they just trail the hind legs over that front rail of the Oxer, so that means it is winner all right for Brazil. And Simon Delestre, who was having a real cut at this, is going to have slowed down. Now let's see how much he has slowed down, or alternately, looking at it another way, how fast he was until he had the rail. He's about 5 seconds up on the average there, coming out over the stained glass windows. 67.91 it was to beat. Look at this. 67.06 with the 4 faults. Simon Delestre, he's a little bit slower than Gaudiano, but Simon Delestre, he had this in his hand. Olga van der Kruijshoven and Simon Delestre will finish down the order in 9th position, and it is going to be victory for Zeus and Santiago Lambre of Brazil in our feature class of day 1 of the Emir's Sword, part of the Qatar Equestrian Federation Doha Tour. So behind Santiago Lambre, we have Janica Bourne, Corinne Ayadage, Carla Dalmobti, Gerfried Puck, Antoine Hermin. They are all clear. Inijoli clear, Jennifer Hochstadter clear, Emanuela Gaudiano, Simon Delestre with the fast 4 falters, 8th, 9th, and rounding out our top 10, Evelina Tovek with Mobito van der Roshover. So the awards, of course, coming up for our feature meter 50 class here on day 1 of the Emir's Sword, and then a full day tomorrow for the 5 stars. We're going to have a table A speed for the meter 40 tour. The meter 45 tour will jump their table A speed 23821 as well. That will be a world ranking class, and the top tier of 5-star riders will be taking on tomorrow's Longines world ranking meter 50 jump off class, the prelude to the Emir's Sword Grand Prix here on Saturday at the Longines Arena Al Shikab.
Good evening and welcome to the final prize giving on the opening day of His Highness the Amir Sword International Equestrian Festival, the Longines Outdoor Arena at Al Shakab, for the Longines ranking 1m50 CSI 5-star Table A, 1 round against the clock.
حضورنا الكريم نرحب بكم في مراسم تتويج الفائزين بسادس واخر اشواط اول ايام مهرجان سيف سمو الامير الدولي للفروسيه، ارتفاع 1.50 متر، جوله واحده ضد عقارب الساعه، تصنيف ال5 نجوم.
A truly international lineup. In third place for Saudi Arabia, it's Khaled Al Mabti. In second place for Thailand, Yannick Nakabor and Karen Ayadash. And our winner today, Brazilian Olympian Santiago Lambre.
نستقبل أصحاب المراكز الثلاثة. في المركز الثالث خالد المبطي من المملكة العربية السعودية مع الجواد جاكوار كينج WD. في المركز الثاني تايلاند مع الفارسة جانا كابورن كارونا هياج والجواد ماكسوين كينمار أجالوكس. والصدارة للبرازيل عبر فارسها سانتياغو لامبر مع الجواد زوس.
We're honoured to be joined in the Longines Outdoor Arena at Al Shakab for the presentation by Nasser Mubarak Al Hajri, international referee from the state of Qatar.
يقوم بتتويج الفائزين السيد ناصر مبارك الهجري الحكم الدولي القطري، فليتفضل مشكورا.
We call forward onto the podium in third place Saudi Arabia's Khaled Al Mabti, Jaguar King WD. They were clear in 70.48.
في المركز الثالث الفارس السعودي خالد المبطي مع الجواد جاكوار كينج WD. ألف مبروك.
In second place, the lady who placed fourth individually in the Asian Games last year for her native Thailand, Yana Nakabor and Karen Ayadash, with the Irish sport horse Maxwin Kinmar Agalox, just fractions in it. She was clear in 68.01.
في المركز الثاني الفارسة التايلاندية جانا كابورن كارونا يهاج مع الجواد ماكسوين كينمار أجالوكس.
And our winner, he crossed the beam in 67.91 with Zeus. It's Olympic rider from Brazil, Santiago Lambre.
الصدارة والامتياز للفارس البرازيلي الأولمبي سانتياغو لامبر مع الجواد زوس.
As always, super images, great memories, wonderful photographs we've taken here in the Longines Outdoor Arena.
صورة تذكارية جماعية هنا بميدان لونجين بالشغب.
So we ask our three prize winners to turn and face the large screen. And once again, I would ask you, if you're able, to please stand for the national anthem of our winning nation, Brazil.
حضورنا الكريم، فلنقف من فضلكم تحية للسلام الوطني للدولة الحائزة على الصدارة والامتياز، البرازيل.
Congratulations to our three prize winners. We now ask them to remount their horses. His Highness the Amir Sword International Equestrian Festival, organised by the Qatar Equestrian Federation, supported by the Qatar Olympic Committee and Al Shakab, a member of the Qatar Foundation, very generously sponsored by Doha Bank, Vodafone, Zarbidad, and of course Al Abdul Ghani Motors.
مبارك الفوز لأصحاب المراكز الثلاثة الأولى، ونشكر السيد ناصر مبارك الهجري الحكم الدولي القطري. أما الآن يعودون إلى جيادهم استعدادا لجولة النصر بقيادة صاحب الصدارة والامتياز سانتياغو لومبر.
It's the lap of honor time here in the Longines Outdoor Arena. And leading off the way is our winner. Give a big hand there to the man from Brazil, Santiago Lombre and Zeus. Well done to Thailand's Yanan Akabarn Karanidash with the Irish sport horse Maxwin Kinmar Agolox. And of course, congratulations Khalid Al Mobti and Jaguar King in third for Saudi Arabia.
إذن الصدارة للبرازيل مع سانتياغو لومبر وزوس جانا بورن كارونايهاج، وتايلاند مع ماكسوين كينمار أجالوكس، والمركز الثالث لخالد المبطي والجاكوار كينج WD. هذا هو آخر أشواط أول أيام مهرجان سيف سمو الأمير الدولي للفروسية. لا تنسوا أن تنضموا إلينا غدا إن شاء الله في أشواط متعددة على ارتفاعات مختلفة. دمتم في خير وشكرا لكم.
Delighted to be joined by our winner this evening, Santiago Lambre, the Olympian from Brazil, who won this class with Zeus. It was very tight at the end between himself and Yanni Akabar Karaniadash, but your horse Zeus really pulled out all the stops for you this evening. It was a great performance.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm so happy with him. I have him from 1 year now, and he was improving every week. And he came to Doha, and every show he's better and better, and today he proved that.
So this concept, you've been competing at the Doha Tour for January, you're now back for His Highness the Emir Sword. It's a great addition to the calendar. It's great to have it back, and it gives good opportunities to riders like yourself at the start of the year for yourself and your horses.
Yeah, it's a great show. It's my first time here in Doha, and the tour is fantastic. The facility is amazing, everything, the organization. So I'm very happy, and I'm looking forward for the next weeks.
Well, congratulations and the very best of luck for the rest of the tour.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.